Hello. I'm currently slowly not dying. Let's. I really don't have much to say to start off. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just gonna back into it. This week only served to remind me of why I never plan anything in advance, because as soon as I just get out of the mood, it's just all gone to shit. Okay, no, we're not doing this again. This is where we were. Where was it? We met all but like one character. Oh, okay, yeah, so this was where we were. I check the backlog. Okay, good. I was about to say, did I not save last time I played this? No. Alright. So last time, if I remember right, I think... No, first stream I did this, we stopped it when we got to the island. Then it was just a bit more introductions to other characters who either work or live here. And then some more insight on the Golden Witch Beatrice. And then I remember the whole Kinzo bit. I wanted to die because I hated listening to that entire spiel. And I got so annoyed that I was skipping dialogue, which I apologize for, but at the same time, if I'm actively going insane while doing something, I'm going to rush through it. So remember your banger tweet? Oh no. What about it? Did the original creator see my tweet and then challenge me to a duel? Oh god. Alright. The Ushiromiya family conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family... Dear fuck. Wait. Oh. Well, Otter, you've acquired clout. That's all I have to say to that. Slight clout. You'll love to see it. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, also, hey Alex, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. Otter, you should have said this after the stream. Now my brain is thinking about it. I'm fucking just accidentally calling Ayo banger tweet. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune was borrowed from the main family? Okay, brain. How much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? What's the premise of this game? Like a Days? No, it's a visual novel, just straight up. As far as, like, according to Steam, I've only put in 5 hours into it, but so far, basically, your main character named Battler is part of a rich Japanese family who every year they have a family conference on an island called Rokunjima, which is believed to be cursed by the quote-unquote Golden Witch Beatrice. It's from the same team that did Higurashi, which is admittedly the main reason I'm looking into it, because I know, well, it's not even that I noticed that, it's pretty obvious to see because I've actually finished Higurashi. They both seem like everything's mostly fine at first, and then fuck shit happens. But it's usually pretty interesting. Yeah, this could get crazy. I mean, Alex, you saw me play Higurashi Daybreak. Umineko has an actual traditional fighting game. That was my first time seeing anything of the series outside of out of context tweets. So finding out that this had a fighting game, I sat there like, oh. Video games are beautiful sometimes, but they also cause me pain. Seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices. Some people even got slapped despite their age. Oof. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of a man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, while the demon is not around, everyone can relax, came to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle. I hate when they do that because I forget character names. His name sure is easy to read. Krauss, okay. Now that we've gotten used to the string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Krauss doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kinda cool. Uncle Gibberish. Just like with Aunt Natsui, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Krauss. I just said cross. Brain switching pronunciations again on the fly. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. I'd believe it. If what he said is true, Uncle Krauss used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all other siblings. I believe it. He looks douchey enough. Though despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. It's probably what this was. After all, they all had children about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about her exams from my father on her left, purposely faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the opposite end from Krauss and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat quiet, brain inserting words, sat facing Kyrie-san. If the earth is flat, explain to me why my life is constantly going down it. Otter, where the fuck did that even come from? This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. So basically, but the money. I gotta stop being so easy to entertain, god damn it. I see. My kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, what with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rokenjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kyrie and the other women who sat near him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. Also, this is, I think, the longest I've gone on stream. No, there have been longer segments where I've had to read and the voice acting didn't. And the characters just don't speak themselves. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid, and it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the Camley conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with his kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipient chair is Ushiromiya Kenzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kenzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. I'd totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Krauss about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989. Until the Meiji, 1868 to 1912, and the Taisho, 1912 to 1926 eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who the successor to the family would be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kenzo and his branch family. In Kenzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune, so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring, everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had nearly lost all of its wealth. However, just because he'd been entrusted with the task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he'd built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in the twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about the emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning when he started investing his money. There goes the brain adding words again. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. Did not want to open the start menu. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during Showa 25, 1950 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924, so that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason he went looking for something. He went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island of the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that's how they would be portrayed after the fact. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start. But none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, Grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They were probably creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. Let's say Grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from a mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table at some bar. Then again, I bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that was the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. Thank God. Thank God characters are speaking again so I can give me a rest. Dear God.
Battler.
Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。ゴーダさんは多分その道じゃ少しは知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
よくは知らねえんだけどよ。老舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。
Also, because Jessica's on screen, I can make the joke 7 frame plus sweep.
そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。それでその時偶然おふくろが使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
As Gohda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile.
世の中というのは難しいものです。しかし、そのおかげでこうして今日、後宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、お仕えすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
Gohda-san respectfully bowed his head toward Aunt Natsui.
応募のあった中でゴーダが一番腕が良かったからです。客観的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので感謝には及びません。
Dang, why does Aunt Natsui always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shonon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
失礼いたします。
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Gohda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I had laid my eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling more. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished in 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Also, Alex, a lot of these names are just kind of Western. Because Kenzo is like the only MC. Yeah, he's like the only character that's directly in the family so far that just has a straight up Japanese first name. And like I said, one of the main character's cousins is literally named Jessica, the other one George. What's weird is like when you get to Battler's dad, because his name is just fucking Rudolph. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, now, it's okay. Yeah, like most of them have white people first name. I hate anytime I make a joke like that, I can't finish it without dying. But yeah, despite all of them being Japanese, they have a lot of first names where you'd think, so they white? No. Actually, you know what? It's like 4Kids dub name changes, except these were the intended names from the get-go. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the two colored sauces.
なんだと？当たりと外れがあるのかよ。よし、俺も味見をしてやるぜ。
Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I would have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us.
シャノンちゃん、この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい？Shannon. My brain flips back and forth between pronunciations because I'm gonna hear them say it one way, and my brain's gonna default to that. When it's like, no, there's a way you say it. And then I'm like, okay. Brain turn off. Shannon Chan hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? Well, Aunt Natsui made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache. Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle.
何の材料を使っていると思いますか？驚きますよ。
So obviously, it was the blood of your enemies.
わ、全然わかんねえぜ。
Yeah, just so what would it be made out of? Huh? Me sitting there, the blood of the family's enemies. I'm calling it. If it's not, I'll be disappointed.
熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味でならねえぜ。で、何なんだよ、正体は。
内緒ですよ。お耳を拝借。
Kumasawa was suddenly across the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interests caught Jessica, George, Aniki, and of course Maria also to put their ears closer.
この酸っぱいのはですね、実はお魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
Blood is not sweet, lol, so anyone who's ever bled as a child has to remember getting a whiff of it. So. I mean, they didn't say it was sweet, they said it was sour. And even then, I wouldn't call metal sour. Because I was a weird kid. Because I was one of those kids who would, like, chew on coins. And then one day, out of curiosity, I ended up cutting myself. And I went, you know, what does blood taste like? And then I went, oh, this is just coins. I don't like this. That was also what I believed. Ayo, drinking your own blood causes you to regenerate. Which, after asking my parents right after doing that, I figured that's not how it works. Child me was somehow really good in school, but also did things like that. Also, juice squeezed from a mackerel, it's close enough to blood. It's close enough. Remember waking up in the heat-induced nosebleed, and it was so weird. Oh. I think anytime I've woken up to a nosebleed, it was when I used to always sleep face down on my pillow, because I'd wake up in the morning wondering why there's just dried blood there. Like, I didn't feel it the whole night. I just woke up and was like, huh. Why is there just stained blood on the pillow? This wasn't here. Oh, I actually forgot to read that. That's crazy. I can't. My brain has attributed "that's crazy" to being ironic whenever I say it. So when I hear someone actually go "that's crazy," it throws me off. That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. When Maria started clamoring that mackerels were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Feel like that voice clip was misplaced, but we're going on with that. Only Aunt Rosa, with her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shimesato. Ah, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has gotta be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. The kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I?
熊沢のばあちゃん、相変わらずだな。マリアが信じちゃうだろ。
冗談ですよ。
It's just a meme, bro. Don't worry
今
about
から
it.
ゴーダさんがソースの正体を教えてくれますからね。
Gohda looked like a little put off. Looked like a little put off. My god. Looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
それではデザートのご説明をさせていただきます。本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気に入りでございましたバラの庭園にちなみましてパンナコッタをローズガーデン風に仕上げてみました。散らしてございますバラの花びらは当家の庭園より先ほど採取してきたものでございます。ソースはストロベリーとローズヒップの2色の赤をご用意しました。ストロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。
Rose.
なお花びらは観賞用となっておりますので避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。それではどうぞお楽しみください。
Okay, now I'm interested. What is rose hip? I'm looking it up right now. Rose hip. Huh. The rose hip, or rose hip, also called rose haw, rose hep, accessory fruit of the rose plant, typically red to orange, but ranges from dark purple to black in some species. Rose hips begin to form after successful pollination of flowers in spring or early summer, and ripen in late summer through autumn. Huh.
Well, learned something new today. Whoa. Man, I almost want to applaud before reading. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Gohda-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Gohda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised his taste in its presentation.
いかがですか、奥様。
相変わらず見事です。お客様をおもてなしするに値します。
恐れ入ります。奥様、ご存知ですか？
Oh shit, he's about to hit people with more of that fucking Catherine bartender no. I don't have a good phrase for it, that's what I call it.
ローズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。奥様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
そう。
He says as she takes the headache pose again.
ありがとう。
ほら言ったでしょ、夏日姉さん。ローズヒップは頭痛に効くって。
みたいね。聞くといいんだけど。
合田さん、あんたには惚れるで。なあ、後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。無理ならあんたの欲しい年収指立ててくれるだけでもいいやで。あんたの腕がこの島だけで独占されとるのは人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。
This man is too nice, and he's gonna get the worst things done to him. I feel it.
その腕、わしの会社で振るってお客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気はないかのう。秀吉さん。
Man is one of the nicest niggas here, and he's about to get murked. I feel. You can just tell who's important, who isn't. Yeah.
うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか?
I'm just sitting here like, Ayo, if Hideyoshi dies, I'm not attached to him super much, but he's cool. Because at first I thought, yo, they're all rich. Well, damn, they're all gonna be horrible. Nah, he's been pretty great.
これは困った。
Half these people are gonna drop. Yeah, that's why I'm saying Hideyoshi's gone now.
ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
Like this man is gone. I'm calling it now. Just, hey yo, where did Uncle Hideyoshi go? Yo, he fucking died. How? He just God said no. He was too good.
そうした方がいいわね。じゃないと引き抜かれて3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
これは手厳しゅうございます。すっかり根に持たれてしまいまして。
Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped preventing aging on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory.
それでは失礼いたします。夕食にはふるってたくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので、どうぞご期待。
Oh, I skipped. Okay, no, that's all she had to say. Okay.
今晩はしめ鯖でキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
それは素敵ね。ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
Would somebody get eaten by mackerel? This isn't Danganronpa, so I kinda don't have my disbelief that far. Like, just that idea. Actually, no, that's not even a day. That's just a B-movie horror thing. Just, I went to catch the mackerel caught you.
六軒島名物のサバ焼酎なるものがございまして。
Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the curving cart away. I'm now thinking of people getting eaten by mackerel. All these jokes add up to something. I hope they do. I kinda hope they do now. Just, guys, this is serious shit. Someone died. Man got anti-aired by a mackerel. What do you mean this is serious? He was anti-aired by standing. It was pretty funny to watch Gohda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we wouldn't be having calf steak for dinner.
熊沢さん、さっきはありがとうございました。
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
なんもお礼を言われることなんてありません。
Kumasawa-san may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood she'd saved Shannon in the must have understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Brain, work with me, please. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. She is now immediately the most relatable character in the game. Just, hey bro, what do you want? Me. Oh, God. If only Shannon had a little craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Gohda, her life would have been a lot easier. The fact she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's My brain is inserting words where they aren't again. There it is. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature and her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue.
さっき源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。確かシャノンさんは夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。羨ましい。
すみません。シフト表を確認していませんでした。
そうそう。オーブンでこれからちょっとサバを焼こうと思ってるんですよ。できたらお休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉しいです。はい。
Did it again.
喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they had prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Natsui. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastards... I forgot he just calls his dad old bastard. She said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside.
Battler 君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
バラでも見に行ったらええ。でも天気には十分注意するんやで。空はまだ明るいが、天気予報は降る降ると繰り返しちょる。
Hey, Spyro.
あら素敵じゃない。砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
そっか。よし、じゃあみんなで浜辺でも行こうぜ。
Oh yes, the beach. A perfect place to show off the 7-frame plus sweep. The sweep with 7 plus frames. I like this. I'm like, only one part I didn't enjoy, and that was Kinzo's whole thing of him going insane and yelling about Beatrice a second time. But so far I'm enjoying it. And after finding out that Jessica in the fighting game has a sweep that's plus for 7 frames, my brain is now fixated on that whenever she shows up. Just damn, how are we gonna react to this situation? Well, your sweep is 7 frames. It's plus. About to download the Scarlet Nexus demo. I've been hearing decent things about Scarlet Nexus so far. Not much in detail, I've just heard, man, this is actually better than I thought it was. Fan versus Beast, as there was Beast spicing up the game. Oh god. You know, I don't put it... No, I'm a Higurashi fan. I can't even say I don't put it past them to do that.
Maria, 服を濡らさないようにするのよ。靴もよ。
That reminds me, if Otter's still in chat, fucking when we watching Higurashi, Otter, we gotta get through this fucking pain, this fun pain. Yeah, it did initially have a bunch of anime game vibes from the trailers. I mean, I admittedly forgot about the trailers for Nexus. I just went, well, it's cool for people that want it. I'm glad more games like this are coming out, and then I just kind of minded my own business.
素直で可愛い。バトラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒ちゃんと見てあげてね。
おうよ、任せろ。
I'm excited for us to chat to watch ping pong. You know, for a second there, I thought you meant actual ping pong, and then I realized you were talking about the anime.
Oh,
I was about to say, I was dead ass sitting here like, huh? Why would you want to watch Olympic table tennis?
たまには俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。へっ、まっぴらごめんだぜ。
At this point, they could probably just leave it at their first name. I mean, like, yes, Also, Alex, I do agree. They could have really just left it at first names. They don't have to keep reminding you, yo, they're of the family, though. Like, they all have the little crest things on their clothing or as a tattoo, so you can tell anyway. Also, actual ping pong professionally can get intense when it's not one-sided. Well, I mean, like Spyro, I'm not a sports guy, but I feel like that's kind of it for every competitive sport. Yo, I can't look at Battler and not the nigger from FIFA. No! I actually like Battler so far. Don't do this to him. -1 trait. He's actually a pretty good person. Baseball, pretty lame. It is someone who played it for like a year as a kid. Mario baseball was pretty cool, and then I look at actual baseball and then I go down. I know Battler came first. Oh, okay. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst. Mario, anything is pretty cool though, even goddamn God. I admittedly cannot. My brain doesn't fathom Mario Golf. Like, my brain automatically shuts it down every time it's brought up. Because I sit there like, it's go. I fucking love the bald butler, dude. Genji, that was his name. I was about to say, was his name Genzo? And I was like, no, I'm combining names. So far from what I've seen of him, he's pretty solid. Wii Sports Golf is funny. I hated Wii Sports Golf as a kid. I was like, bro, it's golf. Me. Boxing and tennis are right there. I can choose violence or play a sport that I'm terrible at in real life but actually like.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。良いことだ。
よせよ。兄貴のところには負けるぜ。
そうよ。ジェシカちゃん、本当に可愛らしく育ったじゃない。これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
どうも。
I appreciate, I need to look through like Eva's voice actress's just all of her roles and see how many of them just have this shit-eating grin voice, which is what I'm calling it. Because like a lot of voice actors between this and Higurashi are the same, at least for Japanese. So I sit there like, you're just the nurse. Because she had that same smug attitude, the same smug word flow. Just like I immediately went, that's you. You're the same person. Natsui answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやで。いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。バトラ君なんか見違えたで。
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。
子供と大人の境ってどこなのかしらね。
I'm still gladly aboard the train of Rudolph Ushiromiya slander. This is the wave. Slander that nigga. Just don't let Rudolph have shit.
私 未だに大人になったって自覚が持てない。
情けないじゃないか。一児の母の言うことではない。
そうね。私たちももう子供じゃない。大人同士よ。だから感情的にならず知的な会話をしたいわね。
When Eva smiled with her sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though the pleasant aroma had been tossed out the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか。お前の嫌味は時に的を外している。昔から変わらない。
昔からいつもですって？あらあら。その言葉をきれいに放送して何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。ねえ、ローザ。
That is a sprite for her we haven't seen yet. Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
よせよ姉貴。ガキどもがいない間に本題に入ろうじゃねえか。それこそ知的な話よ。
As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
当主様は今でも健在でおられます。
I'd argue he's alive, but he certainly ain't well.
このような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど。
Yeah, Alex. Man was supposed to die a while ago. Like legit. His life has frames of time. He's on that super rollback that explains why he lived past his life expectancy. This is why the FGC has been clamoring for rollback. They want to achieve immortality.
だがな、夏日さん。こういうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。
Like the way they phrased it, just negative 9 months of life left. I'm sitting here like, bro, how do you owe life?
今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。
How do you owe someone life? Just, hey, yo, bro, you gotta hold these. You gotta live for 9 more months. All right. Then you can die. But what if someone kills me? You gotta live for 9 more months. Live.
これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。南條先生、あなたから説明してくださいませんか。彼らもそれをお望みらしい。
Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized he was being called.
南條先生、お父様の具合はどんな感じなんですか？
まずはじめに。
Well, to begin, that nigga's insane. Kill him. Who's your least favorite? I mean, as a whole character, so far Rudolph.
like I said earlier, I'm fully on yo fuck this nigga entirely. Him and Kinzo. Kinzo is solely because A, he's already pretty much being hyped up to being terrible, and B, the whole scene of Pete of like Krauss and Genji trying to get into the room to talk him down and get him to come out, and then he's like, "Oh, Beatrice, why does my family suck ass? Beatrice, I smell a scheme to kill Grandpa. You know, I'd clap." I hate Battler. Yeah, Rudolph. Yeah, Spiral. Fuck Rudolph. Exactly. That's the wave. That's the wave.
私が去年申し上げました4年3ヶ月という言葉が一人歩きをしているようですので
I haven't had a reason to hate her yet. I'm assuming this is you telling me would be spoiler stuff. Yeah, I kind of figured. So I'll see why later down the line.
言われずともわかるわ。余命というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
さようです。ですから皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますが、いつ亡くなるのかということは断言できないことなのです。
Sorry, wait a minute. Now I need to. So you're saying it's Atsuko Tanaka then? Because that's the first. Let me see what she's done actually. Huh. I never watched Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple, but she was Freya in that. Well, no, I've watched it. I've never watched it in Japanese, is what I meant to say. Mokaku and Ikitosen. A character we haven't yet met yet, and Stepmom, and Umineko. Yeah, Bayonetta. Caster in Fate Stay Night's theatrical version, Heaven's Feel 1, 2017. She was Ultimisia in Dissidia Final Fantasy, Opera Omnia, and Mobius Final Fantasy. I'm getting sidetracked again. She was Assassin Carmilla, Assassin Jinkei, Caster Media, and Fate Grand Order. So Eva and Trishan D. Oddly enough, I'm not seeing that. Okay, no, so she was just Caster in Fate always. And she was been Ultimisia since Dissidia. Also, Spiral, she was Lisa in specifically the JoJo games. I'm not sure if the anime got a different lady. But granting on how casting for those go, it probably did. Chun-Li and Regina in Namco Cross Capcom. Conan in every Naruto game she's in, pretty much. Matthias in Tales of Innocence and Tales of Innocence R. Yeah, Kyrie and Umineko. Avatar voice for Xenoblade X. Huh. You're right, she is... Oh, okay. So you're right, she is Eva and Trish. Which is weird how it's not in the video games section of the video games tab, but it implies that, you know, considering how I'm pretty sure a decent amount of Capcom games weren't fully dubbed into Japanese before the animes for the thing came out, I'd believe 5 was recorded in DMC 5 was recorded in English first. The order is all fucked. Higurashi the only... No, Umineko did as well, but apparently the one for Umineko is really not good. Because I've heard my friend Sosuke, he just immediately said no. Like, multiple people I've seen talk about Umineko don't bring up the anime. Which is funny, because Higurashi's the one in anime form that's always brought up. Like, yeah, I was just hearing Umineko, the anime, it was just no. Which had me sad, because, like, people try to forget it exists, like, Tsukihime. I didn't know Tsukihime had one, but then again, I'm not a Type Moon guy, so kind of wouldn't have known. But yeah, Dean, I'm pretty sure, did both Higurashi and Umineko, and Higurashi was the one that people liked. Like, Umineko as a visual novel has clout. As an anime, people, like Spiral said, people kind of forget it and pretty much try to forget it. Like, I've not seen a single screenshot from it. So me finding out it had an anime is news. You can tell because they look the same.
体はともかくお心はまだしっかりしていて意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
キリエ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
ごめんなさい。
さようです。金蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております。ましてやあのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けてはとてもとても。
Nina Williams imposing. They're literally the same. Actually, I'm sorry for getting sidetracked, but I'm genuinely interested now. Because I've never looked at it. I've never looked at the anime rendition of it. I've only seen memes of the visual novel through the Out of Context Twitter account. Okay, time to go to the superior image site, Google Images, and then actually look at it. Now watch me show a screenshot, and then they just strike down this fucking stream, the frame. Wait, is that what it looks like? I'm trying to find a higher quality shot. Like, I'm genuinely trying to find a good quality shot. Okay, Alex, from what I'm seeing, at least the shot I'm looking at, Battler looks like a fucking Tales of character. Hang on, let me see if I can just insert the image itself. I probably can. Oh, I need to actually save it. Oh. It's fine. This is for knowledge. Big brain moments on stream. This isn't even a big brain moment. This is just fucking around because I'm genuinely curious. Okay, where did I save it to? This Discord had better streaming. Yeah. Okay, where the fuck did I put this image? I can just use the download bar in my browser and then open a folder. I'm an idiot. Okay, I saved it to just pictures on my on the file explorer. Great. Pictures. Like, there it is. Like, yeah, he looks like a Tales of character in the shot. Like, I'm expecting him to all of a sudden just start doing combos. Like, let me see if I can find, like, another one. Because, like, that's probably a real screenshot. But at the same time, my brain needs to see a bit more. This is flat out Tails. Yeah, exactly. I looked at him and I'm like, that's just a Tails character. You can't tell me it's not. Luke. I think I'm not super into Tails, but I feel like I've seen. I know who you're talking about because that's a dude from Abyss, right? No, that smug ass face means Ash, so yeah. Also, yeah, I was right. Luke from Tales of the Abyss. I think. Was that the first one I ever played? No, I think no, first one I played was like Symphonia on the PS3 collection. Then I rented Abyss for like a short bit from Gamefly, and that's all I remembered doing. Oh. This art style is certainly a thing that exists. Like Alex, I can only speak for season 1 of Higurashi because I initially did not know the other stuff was a second season. I thought that was just all OVA shit. So I can't speak for the later seasons and the actual OVAs. But just looking at some of these screenshots, they don't look the same to me. Especially when I see, Beatrice. I just, because I've seen the character design before, so I know what she's supposed to look like, and then I see this. I don't like this. Like, the Higurashi characters looked kinda alien in the anime's art style, but this is cleaner alien, and I don't like it. Yo, we spit shine that alien look. Alright, back to the actual content.
「それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども、お父様、来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら？
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
Nah, fam. He has that rollback life. If anything, he has to keep living for longer. Natsui jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. It's kind of throwing me that Battler's VA went from playing Bishonen types to nowadays mostly dads and Jotaro. Also Silver the Hedgehog Spiral. 8 years before he... Actually, no. 7 years before he played Jotaro for the first time, he was Silver the Hedgehog. Yeah, Daisuke Ono. He's also Akasaka in Higurashi. Yeah, like honestly, Spiral, until playing this, when I learned he was Silver, I didn't believe it. And then hearing him as Battler, I sat there like, you know, I can believe that. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
Ah, Natsushi-san, カニな。エヴァ、お前も少し言葉を選ばんか。
ごめんなさい。お父様の容体が気になって仕方なかったもので。
Shading and coloring is really close. It's the same highlight list, looks pretty much. I mean, also greatly dislike Rosa. I haven't gotten to a point where I can say I dislike Rosa yet. I'm still indifferent. But I'm assuming that's because I'm not far in enough. Also, Alex, like when you said they look exactly the same, I thought you meant wholesale art style. There's also a PS3 game with anime cutscenes, so I might have seen one of those, not the actual show. Okay. See, because I'm running this through Steam. Like, this is the Steam version of the game. But basically, in the community tab for all of the When They Cry series, so Higurashi, Umineko, and I'm assuming Seconia. I think that's what the other one is called. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's called Seconia. There's like a group that allows you to mod what sprites to use, how you want text to be displayed, and stuff like that. And I'm actually currently using the PS3 sprites. But like for stuff like the intro, like I used, like they had like a custom one set up that wouldn't spoil me. Also, don't worry, there's a reason I haven't looked anything up about. There's a reason I've never looked more into Umineko stuff while streaming this. Like, you don't have to worry about me getting spoiled. It's either I'll come across it by accident, and then I'll force myself to forget, which isn't hard to do.
So ですか。それは気づきませんでした。
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
Krauss laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
来年までお元気かという質問ですが、医者の私としてはとても難しい。この小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし、何らかの発作が来ればその時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。何しろ六軒島は孤島です。すぐに救急車が飛んでこれるわけではありません。本来ならば本土のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが、
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと仰せだ。去年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかとひどくお疑いになられていてな。
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what happens when you're incredibly old and start chanting to some witch that may or may not be real, and then going, hey, yo, why my family mid? I can't leave shit behind.
すっかりこのざまなのだよ。
南條先生の診察は受けておられるの？
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるようだがね。
い 容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも入院を勧めようとも聞き入れてくれん。
Medication? No thanks. I got my medicine right here. Pulls out giant keg of poison-colored beer.
本当に見るだけですがな。
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。しかし困ったもんだのう。
Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless.
つまりおさらいすると、相変わらず余命は3ヶ月。
He's still expected to live 3 months.
禁止のまま、あとどれだけ長らえるか見当もつかねえってことだ。
Nah, man keeps popping those once mores and second chances. Someone needs to break the combo of life.
ルドルフさん。
Break the combo of life. That was a very Kingdom Hearts player joke I just made. I hate myself for that one. That hurt me, and I'm the one who made it. Oh God.
ああ、すまんね。昔からこういう口の利き方なんだ。勘弁してくれ。
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。クラウス兄さんから見てどうなの？
Wasn't that bad. I apologize to anyone I haven't offended yet. What the? How long are you gonna be streaming for? I don't know. I usually try to stream on average like 2 to 3 hours. Like the stream where I did the Ultimate Muscle Games was an exception because I just got into it and I was bored that Sunday. So I just went, yo, wrestling games and a fighting game for nearly 5 hours. And then I got really mad at Kinnikuman Super Phoenix, so I just had to leave.
とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。
I took the victory and fucking left.
怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
来世では俺より後に生まれろよ。
I leave for a while and I was hoping you'd still be on. It's fine.
さて、話を戻そうぜ。そんなわけで、公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃ、いつお隠れになっちまってもおかしくない状態だ。兄貴には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。となりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは時期尚早ではないってことさ。
Just hear Kira and Rudolph speak. I have long since forgotten who Rudolph's voice actor really is. Let me. There it goes again. There's the brain. Man, am I sure glad my... Okay, yeah, it is him. Okay. Ricky Koyama. I was about to say who voices Kira again? I want more comedy anime. Yeah.
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。でもそれは 綺麗な現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。お誕生会のケーキみたいに綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ。
姉貴の例えは面白いな。そうさ、ケーキの上にはイチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろう。
Talking daily lives of high school boys means Gintama type energy. Like, yeah, I'd definitely see that. That would be cool. I'm just sitting here waiting for people to be brave enough to try, like, weird 2D or 2.5D fighters again. Because I know everyone was like, yo, make this but fighters, and I'm like, no. How about you make a fighting game that's actually interesting to me for more than 2 years before I realized, damn, I could be playing better fighting games. Like, I don't really like disrespecting Dragon Ball FighterZ, but every time people go, yo, it's just make this but with fighters, I'm like, no, don't stop doing that. I get it, but at the same time, we saw how Grand Blue Fantasy Versus came out. I got bored of Dragon Ball FighterZ, and I've long since gotten bored with Team Red's engine. Cause yeah, the stuff looks great, I can't deny that, but I get tired of looking at it. It's just like, yeah, it looks amazing, guys. There's only so many times I can say that. Nothing should be fighters. Fighters is just as Guilty Gear. Like, gameplay wise, it's not. Animation wise, yeah. Grand Blue was made just for gotcha game. Let's remember that. Yeah, and the phone game and the game company, and then the owners really told them, "Yo, make the game for mobile game players." And I'm sitting there like, then why is it a fighting game? Make a beat 'em up, which is fucked up because that game has a beat 'em up mode. Everything is down up to 11 at all times.
どういう風にナイフを入れるのか先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
You know, as random as an idea of this is, as random of an idea as this is, just fucking make an actual console Bobobo game, not a crossover. Like, I have no interest in Bobobo, but it seems crackheaded enough to where anyone can have fun with it.
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
Few things pop up as much. Wanting homogenous anime games is what they were fighting against, so combating homogeny with hypocrisy. I'm not sure. I'm just sitting here like, please go back to being weird and not sticking to one formula. Because, yeah, there are people doing things with the one formula they're currently on, but most of that formula is being run by Spike, who haven't admittedly put out anything with real effort since Burning Blood, which was already a pretty stiff and broken game, just so they could make even more stiff and broken games. Like, I'm not gonna lie to people and go, yo, arena fighters are great, but I'm going, they have more potential, it's just that people aren't tapping into them yet, or just aren't fully understanding them yet. Which is weird in Spike's case, because Tenkaichi 1 was awful, and then 2 was good, and then 3 was good, and the Raging Blast games were okay, and then J-Stars was okay, at least to me. Like, it needed a training mode, and, you know, better split screen, but it's fine enough. And then they just went, so let me tell you why all our games will be more stiff. Demon Slayer is published by Sega. I mean, it's still Otter Eye Like One's Justice 2. That game, despite all its flaws, doesn't feel bad to play. Like, Storm doesn't feel bad either. Like, I can't slander. Like, what I'm trying to say is, I don't like how a majority of that market is run by Spike, because A, that already makes people who were already against a genre hate it more because one team runs it for the most part. Like, Demon Slayer is by CyberConnect too, so it'll at least feel good, I can guarantee that. And honestly, the devs behind One's Justice, they don't seem to do bad. I can still enjoy the game even after losing a good bit of my interest in it. Mainly because I got into other fighting games. I miss CyberConnect 2 doing original shit. I admittedly do want to see more of their original stuff despite not being really well versed in it. Because the only original thing I know they did was .hack.
あら、必要な話よ。だって遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。ましてや栄光ある後宮家の財産は莫大。事前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが。
Code Van is Nexus. Farm Bright Assured's Rat. Assured's Wrath is hype as fuck, and I still need to buy that. I genuinely need to buy that game, I forgot.
当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
失礼な。私の実家は関係ありません。
Natsu responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
予算買えば夏日さん堪忍な。口が悪いのは許したってな。
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsui more intense.
これ以上はお邪魔なようですな。失礼させていただきましょう。
Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Krauss just recrossed his legs.
つまりお前たちの言い分はこうかね。親父殿の余命は短い。遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入る。
Rich people nonsense the game.
何を焦っているのかね。確かにお前たちの言う通り、後宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。なればじっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。そうだろう、ローズ。何を焦ることがあるのか。
焦ってるわけじゃない。でも兄弟の間での取り決めは必要。それはいつでもいいことだけれども、お父様の具合が悪くなっていてその日が近づいているというなら、先に話だけしておいてもそれは請求とは言わないと思うし。
Rose shot a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest.
それはお前の本心かね。兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんかね。そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのか
ね。よせよ兄貴。ローザだって兄弟だぜ。 親父の遺産に公平な権利がある。関心を持つのは当然じゃね
えか。Everybody playing Mass Effect while we're here playing animation.
親父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし、それは遠い未来の話でもない。
No, it's fucked up you say that, because what actually ended up putting me off of Mass Effect as a whole was playing Sonic Chronicles and beating it 7 times in middle school. Because I sat there like, no, BioWare made this? Those are the Mass Effect guys. And then as I got older, it kicked in. I beat that game 7 times in a row. In middle school, no less, out of sheer boredom. And then I started to realize maybe that's where my home RPGs or mid-face came from. Because I'm still not an RPG guy entirely, but that certainly didn't help beating the same game like 7 times. Why is Dean obsessed with egregious violence? They even animated Pupa. Like, I've just heard Pupa was terrible. I'm gonna be I'm just gonna be cut and dry with that one. I never looked into the thing it's based on. I just went, oh, apparently that's bad. Damn. Why'd you remind me? I don't like. I just remember hearing the anime was bad, and I remember nothing else. It's one of those things that I heard a lot when I was younger, and then just kind of went, I'll never watch this, so I don't care.
むしろ兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。まるで遺産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないように見えるぜ。
それはどういう意味ですか？主人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか？
Pupa's garbage. Saw the first 3 episodes, couldn't stand it. Made no sense. Was like those shows with the gore for the sake. Oh. So there wasn't really just like an interesting plot or anything behind it. It was just Ayo big violence. I mean, by that point, like if someone just wanted to make a show that was big violence, just adapt Mad World. Cause no joke, they could just adapt Mad World into an anime, and then that would be your big violence.
Natsuki-san.
Or this is gonna be a slide against myself. They could have like made 100%. They could have made the Kinnikuman anime and the Ultimate Muscle one 100% accurate to the books, and where a lot of more people die, especially mid-match. Cause there's some shit in early Kinnikuman people don't bring up because it's really rough. And then they just get to the point where Ramen Man just kills Man, just snaps him in half, laughing as blood is draining from his corpse. And I sit there like, you know, it's crazy how much the animes for both censored how fucked up the manga was. This Ayo, it's a battle shonen. That dude got snapped in half. His corpse is bleeding. Don't worry about it. It's a battle shonen. He killed that man in cold blood when he didn't have to. It's a battle shonen. Don't worry about it. Robin Mass listening to King Muscle. Stop! Stop! Otter, stop! This is not the place to be referencing that clip right now.
兄さん、今は大変強気だそうじゃない？そうよね。去年以降、空前の好景気で円は上がる一方。
That scene still fucks me up to this day. Just fucking exposes his dad live for no fucking reason.
ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。
The scene was out of pocket.
それに与党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようっていうじゃない。今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
詳しいじゃない
か。Cotton 4K energy.
これから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。
It's not even entirely Cotton 4K. It's just he just knew. He just knew and then told everyone live.
親父殿が後宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの大規模な需要拡大の時代がね。日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となり、我が世の春を謳歌するようになった。国民の消費は増大し、それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。スキー場、ゴルフ場、総合プール。
Otter, I keep looking back at that fucking comment and dying.
リゾートホテルにテーマパーク。数年前に開業したデルゼーニーランドには行ったか。
Yes, my favorite theme park, good old Disneyland. Small subsidiary of Disney World. Robin standing there was the part I hang on to. To be fair, I never paid attention to Robin during that scene. I was just sitting there, and the fact that the kid really did not have to go off on his dad like that for no reason. He really didn't. He's like, alright, I gotta square up with my old man. Expose him.
あそこでは大人も童心に帰り家族で楽しむことができる。かつて家族を顧みずに滅私奉公することだけが美徳だった時代はもはや終わろうとしている。我々は世界で一番豊かな国民としてようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
I love their mascot, Mackie Mouse. You know, that's on the level of Yu-Gi-Oh! With Pegasus reading the funniest American comic book, Funny Rabbit.
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。わしも数年前に聞いた時はそんなアホなと思ったわ。でもな、G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。円はみるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。日本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。それだけは間違いないで。
秀吉兄さんに同じだ。兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうね。大したもんだぜ。だが親父と違って ちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはあるよね。
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。早すぎたのよ。そして焦って清算して結局は傷口を広げたわ。本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら清算するわけない。これって兄さんが自分で自分の才能を信じてない証拠じゃないの？
失礼な。主人を侮辱するつもりですか？
Natsui's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Krauss with a confident smile. Krauss, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsui to sit down.
よさないか夏日。昔からこういう言い方しかできないやつだ。
I'm reading into my tea, I'll rip into the Cruella. They made it Cruella de Vil. You know I'm not shocked. Like, my brain thought about it for more than 2 seconds, and I said, no, Disney's been on that weird trend of either making new movies based on old properties that don't really need to be, or just making a live-action remake. Just let me know I gotta see this show. Oh no. I'm just questioning, like, if the... Just go ask Sosuke about why she's evil. Stars on the stone. Can't wait for it to reveal the sea is a vegetable, just watching everything inside.
少し落ち着きなさい。また頭痛に触る。
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない。素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。私は素人だから分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょう。
だから何だというのですか？主人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
いいや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。六軒島は兄貴のものじゃない。親父のものだ。もちろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。なんなら俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいいさ。な、ローザ。
それはまあ持ち合わせで足りるなら。
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。支出がかさんだことは事実だが、未来に大きな収穫を期待できる。そうなれば結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
それはわかるわよ。この島の価値が上がれば、それを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。もちろん島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。それを算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
そこまで分かっているなら、私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
不満じゃねえさ。不安なのさ。第一兄貴、あのホテルいつになったら開業するんだ？このままじゃ 俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
そうよ、大切な商売道具でしょ。確かに開業するまでずっと鍵をかけておくわけにもいかないわよね。少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。
I forget, aren't they like German and Japanese mixed? I don't think they've said yet. Like, Spiral, I genuinely don't think they've said yet, because all we've gone off of is Battler saying, yo, why are these names fucking weird, but Kenzo gets to be Kenzo.
でも私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃちょっと豪勢すぎやしないかしらねえローザ。
そうね。あんなに素敵ならオープンしたらさぞや人気が出るでしょうね。
ああ、あなたが前に言ってたホテルってゲストハウスのことだったのね。
立派なもんだろ。ローザの言う通りオープンできたら人気が出るだろうよ。
Playing as Battler as the MC literally. It's Battler. Battler's the MC. Yeah, like, I'm not sure if it's like Higurashi where depending on the chapter it switches perspective. Because as far as I know, main character is just Battler. Because in Higurashi, I wouldn't even... I can say by technicality everyone. Most of the supporting characters you meet end up becoming a main character at some point. Like, I'm assuming this is just like the game itself narrating. This is just an all-seeing narrator. Because, you know, Battler wouldn't know about any of this shit going on right now. The lodging they had been got it to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening.
兄さんのいつもの事業と同じよ。着目や企画はご立派。そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
0% profit.
この島をただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は立派さ。そしてリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやらハネムーンやらを誘致して盛り上げようってのはなかなかいい絵だったと思うぜ。俺だって長男だったならこの島を何かに有効利用できないかと頭をひねったに違いないさ。
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。2年経って未だに開業のめどはつかないの？任せてる管理会社はどこ？
失敬な。それは主人の手落ちではありません。主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
しかしな、クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂は聞かんで。
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。不払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話、私たちの耳に届かないとでも思ってる？裏も取れてるんだから。
何の裏だか存じませんが、事実無根です。
I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. How dare you disprove me with logic and facts? Just take that. That's bullshit, Your Honor. Nigga, I hadn't even looked at the evidence yet. It's bullshit, Your Honor. Hate the feel. Ushiromiya. This is another one of those I don't know what you're talking about moments. And say, how dare you disarm my argument with facts and logic? Ben Shapiro voice. Okay, now this is God damn it. Gets eviscerated with facts and logic. So, Spyro, you want to know what's funny about you mentioning Daisuke Ono earlier? He plays a character in Ushiromiya.
観光業への新規参入には方々への根回しが必要になります。相手が信用に足りるかを測ることも大事です。それに手間取っているだけに過ぎません。
He's guess who the You know, I read the name Kyosuke Hori and I'm like, he's probably playing a dad.
ホテルの完成が早すぎて勇み足になったことは認めよう。だが維持費がかかってるわけじゃない。やがて大きな意味を持つ布石だ。
嘘つけよ。生産したくても売れないだけだろ。
Liar.
観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて買い手がつくわけもねえさ。それに事業に集めた融資はどうなってんだよ。
維持費はかからんでも返せん借金は膨らむ一方や。すまんがクラウス兄さん、この島の開発計画の話ちょいと調べさせてもろたんや。正直こっちもええ話は聞かへんのや。
The liar combined with his face is excellent. Just liar. It's like that one PS1 snowboarding game you put in a cheat code. Cheater.
Hideyoshiさん。
Fucking cheating piece of shit.
確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう印象を持たれるかもしれない。だがこれは先行投資なのだよ。その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。だがようやく時代が私に追いついた。これまでに失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。いや、それどころかこれまでの投資だってやがては私の元に戻ってくる。
Oh shit, he's about to secure the empty lot. rather type some letters rather than putting in hard work. Looking at yeah.
そう例えるなら放った稚魚が鮭となり肥えて帰ってくるよ。
As soon as I read the words, I'm gonna make all that money back now, I'm sitting there like, yo, the empty lot from Yakuza 0, and then I remember this game takes place in 1986, not 88. But still, imagine.
それは認めるで。これからリゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。 これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが、だがな、クラウス兄さん、これまで散々負け続けた兄さんがどこから軍資金を調達したっていうんや。それも半端ない軍資金や。あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
ああ、夏樹さん、ほんま怒らんといてえな。わしらも調べたんや。これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの融資を誰ができたんか調べたんや。
結果いねえんだよ。弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り目さ。確かに時代は好景気を迎えようとしているが、これまでの兄貴の失敗等を天秤にかけて、その上で融資に値すると思う連中がいるのかって言ったら誰もいなかったのさ。
ならね、そのお金をどこからってことになるのよ。
ほう、興味深い話じゃないか。それで
あなた、このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか？
座れよ、夏日さん。単刀直入に言おう。兄貴は親父の個人資産を自分の事業に流用してる。これはほぼ間違いねえ。これが俺たちの誤解だってんなら、どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
Man's out here stealing.
ルドルフ、流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。これは横領よ。刑事告発できる立派な犯罪なんだから。
無礼極まりない。仮にも後宮本家跡継ぎの後宮クラウスに向かって信じられない暴言です。
暴言じゃないわよ。図星でしょ。なんとか事業を成功させてこれまでの損失を埋めたいんだけど、その穴は広がっていく一方、博打の穴をさらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。その軍資金がすぐ近くにあったなら手をつけるのは道理。はっきり言うわ。兄さんがしているのは横領よ。
Krauss out here committing big crime and I find games.
お父様に対する裏切りよ。しかるべき決着がついた後には司法に委ねることになるでしょうね。そんな輩に後宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせるとお思い？
言うにこと書いて、当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。この栄光ある後宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。即刻ここを出て行きなさい。
Eva, who says the most perfect bitch voice. I have no idea what it is. Maybe it's the smart adding so much to it. I mean, it's the same with the nurse from Higurashi. It fits too well. Natsui, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She then pointed alternately at Eva in the hallway, demanding she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsui as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. Angie. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、夏日姉さん、 誰に向かってそんな口をお聞きなの？
無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。
台所を預かる？黙るがいい、この名ばかりに思うが。
Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Also, it's rare to see her big mad. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive.
バカバカしい、お前が下がりなさい。この後ろ宮エヴァに当主様の左肩を許されている後ろ宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がれと？身の程を知りなさい。そしてお前のそのみすぼらしい姿を鏡に映してみるがいい。お前の服のどこに翼が、どこに片翼のわしが許されているのか。
The one-winged eagle.
貴様など後ろ宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの。身の程をわきまえるがいい、このゲス女が。
Eva's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsui's heart like talons retching at it. There were 100 ways Natsui wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. They realized that a bird is doomed to die. To be fair, Otter, everything's doomed to die if we're taking that route.
Nani?
This one, wait. Alright, Spiral. Wait. The CG. Wait.
何か言い返したいならどうぞ言い返しなさいよ。ほーら。
This is an energy I could only wish to give off at some point. Why restraints? Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsui could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fist quivering. Krauss quietly broke the powder keg tension.
Natsuki.
I love how it had to hang on it for like 3 more seconds.
席を外しなさい。頭を冷やすといい。
Natsui, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか?
When you get caught in the... Alex, I think I'm genuine. This is the one time I'll give myself credit for anything. I think I'm too nice to have those moments of breaking. Because I break and then I feel bad afterwards. Like I get upset like during an argument or anything. I just snap and then I just revert back to neutral. I just go, damn, I shouldn't have done that. I should have stayed neutral the whole time.
この人たちは言うにこと書いてあなたのことをお父様への裏切り者呼ばわりしているんです。 私たちが後宮家の栄光を守り。
Like, there's also the fact that I'm usually not right a majority of the time. So I've never had those moments where I'm so confident in what I'm saying, I go off.
お父様からそれを受け継ぐため、日々高潔であろうとするすべての努力をないがしろにして踏みにじる。なんという聞きがたい暴言。
Used to be the type to jab a knife, and it was understandable. As a kid, I was just a dick. So for me, I don't even think I got into that many arguments. I was just an asshole.
あなたもあなたです。どうして言い返さないんですか？あなたが言い返さないから私が言い返しているのに、さっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで。
Yeah, I'm in the same boat of caring more about how other people feel more than myself. I'm sitting here like, damn, I'm suffering. That's crazy. Sometimes it's good to vent, but other times it's good to talk to other people in general.
その私に頭を冷やして来いなんて言うんですか？いつも私ばかり。私はいつも真剣にこの家のことを考えているのに、それは
That's not how I would have typed a person crying, but okay. Natsu was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Krauss shrugged his shoulders slightly.
昔から感情を抑えるのが下手でね。私も苦労している。
あんなのに切り盛りされてたんじゃ。兄さんも気苦労が絶えないわね。
How many arguments have been had this game? So far, that one. Again, I don't think that's how you type crying, but okay. Just she's crying.
何でもありません。
Sense something bad, she's gonna
下がりなさい。
just Aniva's fucking dead. Why is it when they don't subtitle it, it seems more natural? Natsui flew into her room and threw herself into her bed lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway.
おいたわしや奥様。奥様とエヴァ様は犬猿の仲。このお二人の関係を説明するのは、女の私にはとてもしんどくございます。
I too choose to believe she just kind of levitated. She just kind of flew into the bed.
後ろ宮家は血を特に重んじられますが、嫁いで家を出れば本来は序列から独立されます。
She no-clipped through the wall.
ですからエヴァ様も本来は秀吉様とのご成婚の際に除籍されるはずだったのです。
She just started doing speedrun strats in real life before those were even a thing.
ところがこれは誰のせいでもありません。ましてや奥様のせいであろうはずもありません。神様の気まぐれとしか言いようがありません。クラウス様と夏日様にはなかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。何しろ男尊女卑の後宮家でございます。妻は 後継ぎを残すための道具。その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、もはや人間扱いなどされません。当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていたか思い出すのも苦しゅうございます。そんな中、エヴァ様に秀吉様とのご結婚の話が持ち上がりました。エヴァ様は狡猾でした。奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことにつけ入って親方様に取り入ったのです。入り婿を取って自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を後ろ宮家にとどまらせるよう認めさせたのでございます。後ろ宮家に嫁ぎ外様扱いの奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は後ろ宮家の序列の中では雲泥の差。
Taiki disrespectful and infertile women and men who were kind of already noticing that this family's more fucked. The family is progressively getting more fucked the more you look into things.
しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったか。奥様にとってはもし自分がすぐに解任することができればエヴァ様の入り婿など親方様に認めさせずに済み、今日のエヴァ様の増長を許さずに済んだだろうという悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。
Alex, there are things I don't wish to think about. This is one of them. Like, I was like, yeah, this is kind of fucked up. Just, I wouldn't be shocked if it was incestuous. Like, I wouldn't be either. But at the same time, my brain really did not wish to think of that. Just someone goes, hey, yo, bro, add the incest. No. I may have fallen out of...
それは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。
Now, when people say bring in the incest, I just go, I may have fallen out of my Christian upbringing, but bring out the Jesus. Nah, man, I will gladly take church over this, please.
すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。だからといって奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。ただただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。
just any piece of fiction. Ayo, incest me. How about Jesus? That's a fair trade.
こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
Okay, I was wondering when the glass break was gonna happen. That was some shit. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. Is the glass break bad? No, like I'm pretty, I think the thing with Ryu Kishio 7's visual novels is that you're not really given choices. It's a story that's already laid out. It is pretty much basically just reading a book without the extra visual novel things of, making choices for the most part. Because I know in Higurashi, at least, like, I think upwards of, like, 3 times from what I remember in the visual novel, you're given a choice, and only one of them leads to a bad end. But the thing is, unironically, in that chapter, both the ends are fucking bad, so it doesn't matter. Like, I can't explain it just in case anyone in chat is planning to go through it, and also if Otter's still in the chat, again, because when he goes through that, I'm gonna have a lot more things to talk about and see what the anime did differently looking back on it now, because I haven't seen it in like 6 years. I think I remember. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into detail, but it's basically, yo, things actually ended up better, and then just it all went to shit again. Like, to say the least about that fake ending, it's literally everything was okay until it wasn't. Just, bro, everything's fine now, don't worry about it. Oh! It's literally that ending. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Like I've said before, I can't hear Maria go ooh without just thinking of Majin Buu noises. Just Kid Buu. It's all I think of. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing. I'm waiting for the portrait to come alive. Because I know she's an actual character. Like, I already know. I've seen too many memes to know she is. Comparing this to the OG Spice Review stuff, I mean, that's kind of how it's been as far as I know for every Ryukishi 07 game, because old Higurashi sprites are a trip. Like, I find them adorable, but then I look at some of the newer ones and I'm like, yeah, I prefer these. And then I see the manga gamer ones and I go, I like the console one more. Like, you'd think the one with the most updated sprites would look the best, and then I see the manga gamer ones and I'm like, you could have been a lot better. Cause like looking at the Higurashi sprites on the Steam page, I'm like, oh, this is the art y'all went with? I'm not a fan. Like, I like the ideas, but I'm not a fan, and I didn't read that. The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it,
but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you.
すげえだろそれ。じいさまが書かせたものだよ。意味深だろ？マリア知ってる。黄金の隠し場所。
おいおい、後宮家の隠し黄金の話か？そりゃまた懐かしい話だね。っていうか兄貴、これマジなのか？
これを書かせたおじい様は、この絵とこの碑文に関しては何も語ってくれないんだ。
The problem with the updated sprites is the style is yeah, but then again, I like the newer art styles for some of these. Because, like, I get the whole thing of you're not playing it the OG God-intended way. Like, I get it. But at the same time, I'm sitting there like, cool, but I like an updated art style at the same time. Like, it's weird, because, like, I'm someone who will go, even if the anime is worse, I like looking at 2003 Full Metal Alchemist more than I do Brotherhood. Or I like looking at the first season of Ikitosen art style-wise more than everything else that came after it. Like, I miss when art styles were a bit more rough but still had a polish to them or had an edge to them. Ryukishi visual novel arts, like the original, they're rough. Like, they are rough in a way that is charming, but they don't have that edge to them that would really push me over to them. 2003 over Brotherhood, I haven't watched either in full, I just read the manga for it for the most part.
でも、親類たちの間では、おじい様の黄金の隠し場所を記したもので、この謎を解いた者に、家督と黄金のすべてを譲るという意味ではないかと、もっぱらささやかれてるよ。
マリア聞いた、マリア聞いた。黄金いっぱいいっぱい。さてな。10トンの金塊なんてね。私はちょいと眉唾だけどな。
Pointed out the charm is yeah.
しかしよ、こんな碑文を読んじまうとマジかなって気になっちまうな。
Like I have a friend who, and this is gonna be not hard to say, but hard to be specific with because it's a common username, but. I have a friend named Shadow in one of the, well, pretty much the main Discord server that I hang out in. Like, and this man, like, we've had difference of opinions, but it's usually been fine. And then he occasionally says something that makes me want to meet him in real life and fight him, even knowing realistically I'd lose. Because man was like, hey yo, 2003 and Brotherhood look pretty much the same. Me sitting here, nigga, no. You're talking to someone. You are talking to someone who, yes, does not have the greatest eyesight, but at the same time can sometimes point out differences in art styles that some people don't see. Cause like, for instance, for Neptunia shit, from a couple of the newer games, they got a new the artist from Morero Chronicles to replicate the main artist's style. And then I talked to other people and I went, yeah, but this is clearly a different person. I can tell due to the way faces are drawn, it feels very off-brand. And then they're like, I can't notice that much of a difference. And I'm sitting there like, is it that minute, or am I just good at pointing out differences in the art?
Because, like, I can't tell the difference between the main artist and the other understudy they had for her. Because the understudy they had for her was really good, and I genuinely couldn't tell it wasn't her until people pointed it out. And pointed out, like, common traits between them. So, like, I need to look at Brotherhood again. But I just sat there like I just really preferred how OG looked. Like, I'm not... Well, no, Brotherhood, from what I remember, had good animation. But I just sat there like the art style didn't feel as nice. Like, it's like, actually, it's like when, it's like how for fucking KOF 94, when in Japan they remade it for the PS2, people weren't a fan of the, I don't even think the sprites were redrawn. I think they were just given like a weird, cleaner, smoothed out texture. Like, they just kind of smoothed it out and people weren't big fans of that. And I guess it's kind of like that, but to like a lesser extreme. Screen cap anything from Monaco's brothers keys past his face screenshot, but it just doesn't look official when not moving. I'm not even again, I haven't looked at it in years, so I'm not even sure I can say I can't say that. Also, I've been... I'm sorry for not reading. My brain has been going in constant places, but I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiromiya family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromiya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low, but, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the shadow world. Yeah, obviously. In the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day, I encountered the Golden Witch Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as a result of the demon calling ceremony was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ushiromiya family. Golden Witch, more like Witch of Piss. Are you sure you would be? Wait, no, wait. There was no reason. It seemed this story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden.
そんな話があったな。俺たちも小さい頃、親からその話を聞かされて、宝探しと称して島中はあちこちうろうろして、森で迷ってワンワン泣いて、使用人さんに見つけてもらって、親にめちゃくちゃ怒られたんじゃなかったっけ?
All the mentions of gold had me thinking.
懐かしいぜ。
Well, at least no one made the joke of golden shower yet. If they said that, then I would have been ready.
バカだったよな。だってよ、じい様はその資本金で儲けた挙句でこの島を買うんだぜ。この島に来る前から黄金を持ってたってことになるじゃねえか。この島にあるわけがないぜ。
Also, I'm wondering if we'll get blessed by my favorite Jessica expression.
そうとも限らないよ。その黄金が元からこの島に隠されていて、それを確実に自分のものにするためにこの島を丸々買い取ったとかね。何しろ10トンもあるんだもん。安全な場所に移すより隠し場所そのものを確保する方が現実的だよ。
この碑文を書かせたのは2年前。それもじい様自身ってなると、なるほど。黄金伝説も信憑性が増してくるじゃねえか。じい様が後宮家復興の資本金にしたという魔女に授けられた黄金が10トン。そいつがどこかに今も眠っていて、じい様はこの謎を解けたやつに全部を譲ろうって、そういうつもりなのかもしれねえ。
I'm waiting for the riddle to have a brain dead answer that they come across by accident, and she just comes up like, "Ayo, so I heard y'all summon me." She just slowly saunters into the room, no magic required. So y'all summon me?
マジならなんとも景気のいい話だぜ。
Also, I have to look at chat from another phone because my main one is fucking die. That would be hilarious. Yeah. She just saunters in. Just saunters in. You rang? A, who are you? B, oh. That text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic, B, and its contents were truly in bad taste. She just comes to life and suddenly talks. I need that as a concept scene. Just, hey yo, I heard you were talking shit about me and I don't appreciate it. Oh shit, it's the Golden Witch. Damn, we should have thought this one through.
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじい様の胸中は想像もつかないけどね。
Hang on, I didn't read the last one. Okay, we're truly in bad taste, but it could have definitely been viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, might lead to hidden gold. Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been.
一つ言えるのは、このうさんくさい碑文をおじい様は一族全員に告示するかのようにここに掲示したこと。そして黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。そこから親たちが想像を膨らませて おじい様の知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
欲の皮が突っ張ってるうちの親父あたりだろうぜ。こんな弱いことを真に受けてるなんてよ。じい様の黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせに、この隠し黄金の話だけは信じてやがる。調子のいい話さ。
確かに現実的な話じゃないよね。当時無名で何のコネクションもなかったおじい様に無償で莫大な金塊を融資する人物なんているわけがない。それがいたからこそおじい様はそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考えられない話じゃないけど。
でもよ、10トンだぜ、10トン。
These streams are fun to be in. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I admittedly have very little confidence in myself. That's nice to hear.
一体現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
とんでもない量だよ。人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1を個人が手にしてるっていうのはとてつもないことだよ。
1 out of 10,000 of all the gold attained throughout history should belong to just one person. That's fucking crazy.
それが一箇所にあり、しかもそれをおじい様にポンと貸し出せるような魔女。ただものじゃないね。
She's obviously the ghost from Luigi's Mansion.
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。
Those ghosts were suspiciously fucking loaded, I'll tell you that much.
第一よ、じい様以外に見たやつはいないんだろ？仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか？10キロでも相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
おお、10キロの黄金っていくら？
Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms or tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold.
さあ、金も相場の影響を受けるから何とも言えないし、純度や鋳造先の信用によっても変わってくる。換金に手数料もかかるし。ただ希少金属であることは間違いなくて、このまま採掘が進めば人類はあと半世紀ほどで全てを掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃないかって憶測もある。デタラメに言って1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
Damn. I was gonna do the whole Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge joke of that's like $1 whole. But, like, admittedly, when it comes to yen, my brain defaults to move the decimal 2 points to the left. So I see 2 million and I'm like, God damn, 20,000's pretty solid, I'm not gonna lie to you.
私よ、10キロってのは今適当に言った控えめな数字なんだけどよ。それでも2000万円の価値があるってことになるじゃねえかよ。
おお、マリア体重28キロ。
ということはマリアちゃんと同じ重さの黄金ならその価値は5000万円を超えるって計算になるね。
Quick maths.
そりゃたまげるな。10トンならいくらだ？ 10キロで2000万が1000倍だから、
basically shmoney. to put simply shmoney. No math required.
こりゃたまらねえや。
20 billion. Now this is Yakuza Zero money. How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Everything, including retirement money, might add up to 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human's life. No, you could even call that a value of a life. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. I like how that was the only time they didn't bring up a specific year. They just said the Jomon period and I was just supposed to roll with it. Understandable. The greatest mix-up will tell you what year these things took place in, and then we're just gonna not.
Ah, すげえよ。マリアの大好きなショートケーキだったら、多分一生かかっても食い切れないくらい買えるぜ。
Actually, I have the internet and I'm using it right now. I could just look it up. So the Jomon period was 14,000 to 300 BCE. Oh, that's not just shmoney, that's advanced shmoney. I need this thing.
でも200億円という現金ならいざ知れず。
Is it sad I say I saw one of the cutscenes out of Constant Divine? God, they love spamming deaths. Oof. Yeah, it's kinda why I try to avoid any visual novel related thing in terms of legitimately anything about it. Because I just sit there like, I know I'm immediately going to be spoiled because it's the internet.
それと同等の金塊がひとところにあるなんて、とても現実的とは思えないね。さっきも言った通り、黄金は非常に重くて、財産をまとめておくにはちょっと便利とは思えないよ。
Even the Bridge series used it, so when I came across it in the screen cap and Google Images, it immediately clicked in my head that I'm gonna be real. What's fucked up is that how I got into Higurashi was through Falero's short-lived abridged one-off, which I think has been off YouTube for like years now since he stopped abridging. Which made me sad because people archived his Danganronpa series, but they didn't archive that. So it feels like a distant memory, but that's how I had seen scenes of it before, but that's how I actually saw more than like 2 minutes of footage of the show itself.
ものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごく価値のある宝石とか、そういうものなら考えられなくもないけれど。戦時中の混乱期に自分の資産を持ち運べるよう 全て宝石などに変えた人たちがいたのは有名な話だからね。でも黄金で資産を備蓄したというのはなかなか聞かない。
確かに重いけどよ、国際的に一番信用されてて価値も安定してるし、意味はあるんじゃないのかな。
I was about to say, why is the chat displaying in top chat? I have it set to fucking live chat. Don't do that to me again.
証券とかだったら国が滅びちまったら紙切れになっちまうわけだし。
そういう考え方もあるね。でも 10kg のインゴット一つでも体感重量は相当のものだよ。聞いたことない？ 50kg の人間は背負えても 50kg の俵は担げないって。それだけの莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと手間は計り知れないね。
ってことはつまり200億円の札束がうなってるって話ならともかく、200億円分の黄金が山積みになってるってのはちょいと現実味がないわけだな。
そういうことになるね。
It would be worthless unless your name is one Wario.
黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、そもそも10トンの黄金という時点で少々無理があるね。
そうやってリズムで考えるとみるみる嘘くさくなっていくぜ。夢のない話さ。
でもそこは何しろあのおじい様だからね。親切なお金持ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴して魔女から授かった10トンの黄金なんて例え方をしたのかもしれないよ。10トンという数字も象徴的な感じがするしね。
つまり借りた金のありがたさは10トンの黄金に匹敵する価値があったってなことだな。
Bridge series used to be so funny back then. I remember Excalibur was one of them. Excalibur, I only remember Prince and the Pussy. That was the only one I think of his that stuck with me. I admittedly don't remember a lot of them, and I didn't think they were bad. It's just that I didn't remember that many. Because, like, obviously, DBZ and Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge were the ones I watched the most. Trying to remember what was the first one I actually came across. Because I know, like, Little Karibo also did, like, a Naruto abridged with somebody else at some point. And I know that someone fucking did one for Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, which still feels surreal to me to this day. I'm trying to think, what was like one of the first ones I saw that I remember? Actually, no, that would have been Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, because that was back when I was starting middle school, so that was like late 2011. House of the Dead Abridged was my first. I've never seen that one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged had to have been my first one, because that was... Yeah, because I started watching that in middle school. That was when my brother was still an infant. Wait, no, it wasn't early 2011. It wasn't late 2011. No, he wasn't born until December. It had to be either middle 20, like the middle of 2012 or the middle of 2013, because it was around summer I started watching it. I know that for sure.
There it is.
じいさまに大金持ちの勇敢マダムが気前よく恵んでくれて
There it is, my favorite sprite in the game. There it is. There it is.
その後夫人を魔女と呼んだってことじゃねえのか
Finally have acquired blessed sprite after how long has the stream been going on? 3 hours. 3 hours and 4 minutes. The blessed sprite has appeared. I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her.
なるほどな。ってことはつまり、この魔女様は後宮家復興のための資金を恵んでくださった復興の大恩人ってわけだ。となりゃ、じい様が感謝の気持ちを込めてこんだけでかい絵を描かせて掲げさせたってのも、なるほど、おかしい話じゃないのかもな。
It's not that crazy a story. The painting then shifts its eyes to Battler and says, "Oh, now wait until you hear about the demonic shit." The what?
ひょっとするとよ、当の本人は見るからに魔女っぽいばあさんだったかもしれないぜ。
Like, I'm waiting for that moment. The moment of, so y'all know I'm actually alive and here right now.
それをじい様が美化してこんな美人に描いてくれたってのは考えられる話さ。案外当の本人に会ってみたらこんなに美人じゃないかもしれねえな。
ありえるね。ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、僕たち一族の名前がみんな洋風であることを考えると、このベアトリーチェって名前も日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
なるほどなるほど。この美人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。それじゃあの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
You know, was high-key hoping Battler wouldn't exhibit the one bad trait that makes me not like him as the MC. This is the tamest it's been so far, but at the same time, at least it's not like earlier where it was directed towards characters it shouldn't be directed towards.
鼻っから魔女なんておかしいんだよな。そんなのが地球上のどこにいるってんだ。
I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch of the forest, when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset.
Huh? なんだよ、マリア。
Battler, yeah. I'm not a fan of that degeneracy, I'm gonna be honest. Cause it's like, oh, he's actually a pretty cool guy. Hey, yo, let me touch titty. Okay. Just looks at cousin. Hey, yo, let me touch titty. Me. Okay, you've gone too far and now I have to shoot you, sir. I have to kill you. It's just what it is. Maria stared up. Again, I am waiting for Beatrice to walk out. Just so I was called.
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. Started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, Jessica, I wouldn't call that a dream. I'm gonna be real with you.
マリアは魔女とかベアトリーチェとかが確かに存在するって信じてんだよ。
確かマリアちゃんは学校の文集に将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ？
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was because, ayo, shit's getting spooky. I don't want that. I thought she was just trying to be like the real. She was trying to prevent a horror movie situation. Just, ayo, the witch comes real. My corpse ain't the one gonna be found. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in this world. And was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Exactly. George kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it was. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. It sounds like Kid Boo creaky. Exactly. It just replaced the man ooze with an actual female voice actress, and then it's just Kid Boo. Kid Boo, but they can speak.
別にマリアの夢にケチをつけたわけじゃねえんだ。謝るよ。ベアトリーチェはいるよな。今もこの島の森の中に住んでいて、夜な夜なこの屋敷で何をやってるのか覗き見しに来るんだろ。だから森には入っちゃいけない。夜はいつまでも暗い森を眺めていてはいけない。森の魔女ベアトリーチェに見つかってしまうかもしれないから。バサマがそう言ってたんだもんね。
He's just making it worse.
本当にバトラーは信じる？
ああ、信じるぜ。
He lied as naturally as he breathed.
ケチをつけて悪かったよ。ほら、仲直りしようぜ。
I stuck out my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so Jordaniki and Jessica were relieved. He somehow salvaged it.
あら、皆様ここにいらっしゃられたんですか。てっきり海岸へ行かれたとばかり。
Shannon Sean, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
シャノンか。いやさ、バトラはベアトリーチェの肖像画を初めて見るからさ。まあ見とれてたってわけだぜ。そうですね。見とれちゃいますね。ベアトリーチェ様って本当にお綺麗です。
I'm honestly shocked Battler somehow managed to defuse that situation, because I'm sitting there like, you know, I feel realistically, Child still would have been popping off.
さぞや親方様を虜になさったろうと思います。
パトロン説の他にもおじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。どちらにせよ彼女に出会ってから数十年を経ているだろうにもかかわらず、今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだから。
You know, it's not until I read that I actually noticed it. It's not helped that because, you know, there's no English voice option. They always say it Beatrice. So I'm saying like Beatrice. Beatrice. Be a bitch. And I'm sitting here like, oh god.
それは今なお虜にしているということなんだろうね。
やれやれ。これじゃばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
私はよく知らねえけど、やっぱりそういうのはあったらしいぜ。ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Oh.
サロンからいい匂い。
Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。熊沢さんからこれを皆さんにお届けするようにごとづかりました。
なんだろう。
It's a gun. Just randomly. Yo, the vanilla gun.
クッキーだ。
クッキー食べたい。クッキー食べたい。お召し上がりいただけますよ。
Why would you give the... How old is Maria? I think 9. Yeah, I think last time they introduced her, they said she was like 9? Hang on. That's what fucking wikis are for, baby! Thanks, Internet. I read something I wasn't supposed to see. You'll love to see it. Yeah, 9. Expected to be disillusioned by that? Yeah, kinda. Also... Well, yeah, I already said the game takes place in 86, so she was born in 77. Voiced by Yui Horie. Hi, Japanese Nepgear. With a voice that still fits better on this character than it does Nepgear.
でも、その...
Would you believe me if that's the second time in a... Would you believe me that that's the second time in a row I've looked up a character's Japanese voice and I just went, oh, hi, Yui Horie, Japanese voice of Nepgear. How are you doing? I'm skipping text. What am I doing, brain? Would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait? Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, I guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking.
マリア、ここじゃなくてよそで食べようぜ。クッキーをお弁当にピクニックに行こう。
Like, I've had weird luck with looking up Japanese voice actors lately, because there are some I notice off the jump, like Nobuyuki Hayama. He does Batsu from Rival Schools. He's Bone Cold in Ultimate Muscle. He was one of the voices of Link. He's one of the voices of the Dragon Quest heroes in Smash. And I'm like, I can recognize every time he has a high energy voice. He was also Joe in King of Fighters for a good bit. And then they got a replacement that sounds pretty close to him. And he's like the best friend in Uppers, and I immediately noticed because I went, why do you sound like Joe? And it was just Joe Higashi again, except he didn't do Muay Thai.
そうだな。ちょっと表の空気を吸いに行くか。魔女様の御前でつまみ食いもねえもんだぜ。
そうだ。もともと私たちは浜辺に行こうって言ってたんじゃねえか。
I'm still waiting for Beatrice to just go, hey, yo, quit that shit.
行こうぜ行こうぜ。
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないんだけど、腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのをお願いしてもいいかな。はい、
かしこまりました。
Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though the witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
バトラー、まだ信じてない？
いや、信じるぜ。その方が夢があるしな。
There's a specific voice actor joke I'm saving for when Beatrice actually shows up.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を授けた。それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。しかもそいつをじい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、見つけられるもんなら見つけてみろと俺たちを挑発してるってんじゃねえか。こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
200億円の黄金か。私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない金額になるな。
一人頭50億円か。すごいね。それだけあったらどんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。いや、そもそも働かずに生涯を優雅に過ごせるだろうね。
50億円よりクッキー
マリアには金よりクッキーだな。しかし50億円か。夢のある話さ。
Oh no, he said dream. It's all of a sudden Yakuza 5.
バカバカしい。
Oh, we're back here again.
まさかお前たちは親父殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね。
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。だが黄金の話だけは間違いじゃない。
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたことは複数の筋から確認されているわ。死んだマルソーの会長は生前お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたという。お父様はそれを指して10トン分あるとはっきり明言したわ。
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか。親父殿と一緒に存在しない黄金の存在をでっち上げただけだ。取るにも足らない。
I can point out English is way easier than Japanese with most characters sound the same. I mean, it's also, English is literally the only language I know, so for me it's kind of obvious that at least most people who speak English would be able to point out English ones easier. Like, that's just common. It'd be funny if you just find Masako Nozawa everywhere.
The only other place I've heard her was just Dr. Kureha in One Piece, and that's it. Outside of Goku, I literally know no other role she's in. Outside of Goku, Gohan, and Goten, I don't know any other role she's had. So I probably have heard her in other roles before, I just never thought about it. But, like, for me, it depends on the character. Because, like, for instance, like, when I was streaming Ultimate Muscle games, I mentioned that King Muscle in Japanese was replaced by, Japanese voice of Ace and Piccolo. That's true for the anime and for Generations on the PS2. Every other game and appearance of the character has always been Akira Kamiya, meaning that every other appearance was like OG Kenshiro, which is pretty funny to me. Because I hear Kinnikuman's regular speaking voice and not like the brave one he puts on at points, and I'm sitting there like, you're Kenshiro. The range of this man.
存在戦黄金に穴井な軍資金は集まらへんで。会長さんは生前その真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
兄貴、マルソーの会長は確かに見てんだ。10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。しかも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。それは10キロのインゴットで、鑑定結果は純度49。インゴット表面には後ろ宮家の家紋である片翼の鷲が刻印されていたという。
Otter, what the fuck is Merkaba Gaming Theft Edition?
Ushiromiyaの黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。
Self, animals, old ladies, and Dragon Ball characters. I mean, I'll show you later. I'll look her up, and that's mostly what I find. Actually, let me look up Nozawa, because... She was Doraemon in 1973. Oh yeah, I consistently forget she was Bardock. I don't like that the world likes to remind me that she was Bardock. Dukemon and Digimon Savers, and Digital Monster X Evolution. She was the narrator for Digimon Adventure 2020. She was Gilmon in Digimon Tamers, Battle of Adventurers, and Runaway Locomon. She was Kururimpa in Doraemon, Nobita, and the Robot Kingdom. Hisui in Pokemon the Movie Everyone's Story. She was Gilmon in Digimon Park, Digimon Tamers Battle Evolution, Racing, and Battle Chronicle. Merryweather? Who is Merryweather in Kingdom? Wait a minute, is that one of the,
It's the Blue Witch from, Sleeping Beauty. She's Merryweather in Kingdom Hearts. Huh. Oh God. This was set in stone ever since Krauss said Delsny Land. Oh God.
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。お前たちはいくつになるんだ。まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね。第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ。親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
もちろん口伝だけさ。でもよ兄貴、親父が調達した莫大な金はそれに見合う担保が必要だった。仮に黄金がデマでもそれに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえの。
都市空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。ありもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞いスポンサーたちを騙したんだ。一世一代の大博打だったのだ。運よくその資産の運用に成功できた。もし当時の外需拡大がなかったら後宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は正規のペテン師として追われていただろう。
じゃあクラウス兄さんは黄金など最初から存在せず、全てお父さんのでっち上げだ言うんか。
もちろんさ。だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。
She was You know I believe it.
だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を薄めたのさ。つまり黄金幻想がでっち上げであることを明かしたのだよ。魔女に黄金を授かったなどと言えば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。なのにありもしない黄金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。ローザ、まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろ
うな。私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っていたかどうかを確かめることはできない。でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として正当な分を主張したい。
This makes you want to hear Charlie Brown kick a football jab. I'm actually curious about what the scream sounds like when Lucy just pulls it from under him.
ほう、ローザも言うようになったじゃないか。なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。私が黄金を独り占めしようとしていると。
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。それがお父様の個人資産の横領では断じてありえないというなら、つまりはそういうことよ。
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって。俺たちはそう見てるのさ。
バカバカしい。そんなものは元より存在しない。
じゃあ説明なさいよ。
Sounds about the same but lower.
お父様の財産の横領、お父様の隠し黄金。そのどちらでもないなら、どうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっていうの？
That's admittedly disappointing. I was expecting it to shred my ears.
私にも政界財界に友人が多くいてね。彼らから協力を得ただけに過ぎんよ。それについてお前たちに説明する義務はない。分かっているだろう。話せぬ方面の筋も
ある。兄貴がそうだと言い張るんならそれでいいさ。でもよ兄貴、親父は長くない。来年の今日まで生きてるなんて誰にも保証できねえんだぜ。親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて親父の財政状況を調査させるぜ。
その時、お父様の資産に兄さんが不当な干渉をしていることが発覚したならお分かりね。
何の話だかさっぱりわからんね。
I don't have a clue what you're talking about, nigga. You
妻
gotta
で
get
なくて
sued.
も憤慨したい気持ちだ。
お父さんの黄金はもちろんお父さんの財産や。表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっとる。しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
つまり兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても財務状況を調査させてもらうぜってことなのさ。
いい機会じゃない。兄さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというところを証明なさいよ。私たちはくだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを潔く謝れるわ。ねえローザ。
そうね。クラウス兄さんこそ話をはぐらかしてるわ。やましいところがないというなら証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
だがまあ兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。親父の名代ということで俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちがそれを察しないでブーブー言うのはこりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
I swear Eva is why I don't play games in chat. Yes, she drags out her lines a lot.
さっきから脅されたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。本題に入りたまえ。
つまりな、お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。
Your parents walking like you do something. See, I'm one of the rare exceptions who didn't really have that issue that much because I was always smart enough to have headphones. Outside of that brief time, my parents forced me to not for some reason. Like, they can't think I'm doing something bad if they can't hear it.
クラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。
That and usually what I was watching was usually like tame or was just like flash animations on YouTube. And by that time I was 13, so I've already seen some fuck shit. So I was sitting there like, you know, I'm still easy to phase, but nothing can phase me that much anymore. Then I grew up and realized, nah, things can still phase me pretty easily, actually.
そこを理解した上で、わしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。 お互いにとって悪うない相談や。
相談？ほう。
遺産分配時に今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り、分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
間違えないでよ。別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言っただ。その権利を主張する際に兄さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃないかしらということなのよ。
I don't like how if I accidentally right click and then move it off the thing, it'll just whenever I unclick and move it back. Smug sounding Japanese women are low key the thing of nightmares when you can't switch languages. Yeah. What makes it weirder too is that I don't think, well no, I'd assume Manga Gamer doesn't have super money, so they can't get like an entire dubbing studio to do an entire dub for these. Eunice's nightmare for Hilda's not that bad. Wait a minute. I actually don't mind hearing Hilda in Japanese. Then again, I'm so used to hearing every character in that game in Japanese. By the time BB Tag came around, I'm like, most of you are fine. Who the fuck told Carmine to sound like this? just me hearing Sarah Williams as fucking Line. That's fine. Here's Greg Chun as Carmine. Who the fuck? Like, I grew to like that man as a voice actor, but I sat there like, why was he here? You land a combo and she screams, oh. You can tell I didn't really pay attention to that because I'm not big into Eunice, and I genuinely stray away from characters like Hilda in terms of gameplay. Because even fighting her as a boss, I just said, no, I know you have range, get it away from me. Get it away from me as I blindly rush in.
つまり条件を飲んでくれたら、わしらは遺産分配時にお父さんの財務状況調査をクラウス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
All of the siblings from Eva downwards suspected that Krauss was trying to steal their father's wealth. So letting Krauss report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory to a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Krauss was actually embezzling money, Krauss would be able to hide that fact. Besides, which it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Krauss, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange.
ほう、信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返してくれるというのか。その見返りは何だね。
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。
I was expecting your fucking life.
俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃ。だがしかし、兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、それを担保に軍資金を作った。そう、お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
そういうことなら、お父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。クラウス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた高校息子や。
Okay, one of my friends was playing Eunice, and his dad asked me he was watching porn, ironically, and the whole squad. The only story I have similar to that is back when I was like 14 and I got into JoJo. Back when we still used GameFly, I rented All-Star Battle, and he saw some of the character designs, and he thought it was a porn game. So he asked me, and I was like, "No, Dad, it's a fighting game. People are in the game are just weird." He just understood and didn't question it further.
そないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへ
ん。回りくどくて分かりづらいな。もっとはっきり具体的に言いたま
え。条件の一つ目。まず兄貴は親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。
ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
条件2、その黄金について兄弟の取り分を認めこれを支払うこと。
バカな。ありもしない200億の黄金について一人頭50億合計150億を支払えというのか。バカバカしい。
最後まで聞きなあれ。そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。でけへん取引はするつもりないで。もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
条件3、黄金の分配は後宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%、 残りを兄弟の正当な取り分として分割。もちろんクラウス兄さんもこれには含めるわよ。
200億のうち125億を兄貴に、25億をエヴァ姉さんに、25億を俺に、25億をローザに。
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。存在しない黄金のためにお前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
何よ、兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
What the fuck? What the fuck? I feel like the voice actor just kind of revels in it every now and again. Cause nah, that didn't feel like reading a line. That felt like, yo, I'm having fun. Wait a minute.
条件の4、分配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含めて清算する。ただし手付金として俺たちの取り分の 10% を即納してもらう。支払いは来年3月までだ。
どうやクラウス兄さん、お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。さすがに75億の大金はお父さんが亡くなったからやないと無理やろ。だが手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか。
半年で7億ってのはちょいとしんどい話だが、政界財界に友人が多いってのが自慢の話ならなんとかできるだろう。
本当なら今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。でも兄さんの立場に配慮してとりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら、残りの9割は遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなのね。
Subtitles are misaligned with the actual laughing.
1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
To be fair, I also noticed that there's also been a fair amount of typos in this, which I can't tell if it's because of the mod or manga gamer. That feels like it could be a 50-50.
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を 7億5千万で売りつけようというのかね。上等じゃないか。お前たちも成長したものだ。この私に取引を持ちかけられるようになる
と。これらを兄さんが飲むなら、私たち兄弟はお父様の財産状況調査を兄さんに一任する。ただしその調査結果は公弁の対象となる。当然よね。75億分、私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。俺たちだって早く遺産が欲しい。いつまでもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえんだ。
公弁された場合の再調査は誰がするのか。
兄さんでいいわ。多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
ローザもたまには言うわね。
By this point, it's obvious that Krauss wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need going into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other sibling's shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time.
申し訳ないが、条件はまだ続くんや。条件5。この取り決めはお父さんの遺言上に優先する。後になってこの取り決めが保護になるような遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
入念じゃないか。なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうする？
Depending on how soon we're gonna get another glass break, I can probably save it and stream, because I at least want to, like, when I stream Umineko, I want to at least get to, like, 2 segments where the glass breaks, because that means, like, a segment's completely done. And I don't want to, like, tap out, like, halfway through one, and then come back to it and realize, damn, I was literally at the end of that segment.
それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、俺たちは本当に黄金が出てこようがどうでもいいことさ。俺たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだから。
Goddamn, Spyro was right. This really is just rich people nonsense. Alright, later arts. Like, I've been paying attention, but at the same time I've been fading. Because I'm interested in what's going on, but at the same time I'm sitting there like, I wonder what the other group of characters is doing right now.
夢があっていいじゃない。この島をリゾート化するつもりなんでしょ。その工事の途中でひょっこり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Krauss watched but didn't even flinch.
条件に7をつけてもらおう。私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
もちろん保証するわよ。
It was a play on words. Of course, the others, who were forcing Krauss to pay money for some non-existent gold, wouldn't save Krauss's portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Krauss. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Krauss was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Krauss. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten about that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Eva couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Krauss let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was.
とても良い話じゃないか。私もお前たちとの関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それは喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。喜べローザ。取引は成立だ。
Yorokobe. He said the word. He said the evil priest word. Rejoice. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Krauss had obediently accepted the deal.
嫌に素直ね。兄さんらしくもないわ。
それはひどいじゃないか。私に下心があるというのかね。
I mean, I don't know, man. You always look smug. You wear a red suit. I mean, you tell me. You told me your secret motives. Just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Krauss was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring his nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion.
ならいいんだ。じゃあ兄貴、ここにサインをもらえるか？今の話を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。人数分ある。同じ内容に全員がサインする。
Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them.
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。安心したってな。
Don't worry about it.
兄貴、ペン使うか？
Don't worry about it. Listen, you see something sketchy, don't worry about it. Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Krauss. Krauss made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. You seen the Higurashi background with Luffy and... Wait! In the game? No, I haven't. Wait a minute. There's just Luffy for no reason? I don't think I have. I can tag you in your... Please do. I need it. I need that real bad. Like that. that doesn't surprise me because I know from the fighting game, this game just straight up has a character end up cosplaying as like a Toho character. Because initially these were just like Doujin Circle visual novels. So they could get away with a lot. Your Hakure, right? No, my name should still be Kaniku Dash even on Discord. Like, the only difference is that I have my actual first name as like the first name in it. So it's like Caleb spelled with a K and then just in captions Kaniku Dash. I use pretty much the same handle for everything. Oh, the only reason I actually kept my first name in my Discord username was just in case people from high school recognize me. So I'm sitting there like, yeah, they probably don't recognize the screen name. As soon as Krauss said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time.
ダメよ。もう決まった話よ。黙ってサインを。
エヴァ、何を焦っているんだ。
Okay, my other phone is not as dying. Actually, next time I stream this, after I get to the glass break, that is, and end the stream, I need to find that one panel from the fucking Umineko manga where Rena's just mowing the fucking lawn. There's like no, like I have no context to it at all. She's just there mowing the lawn. I clapped when I saw that panel and I was visibly confused.
もちろんサインはする。お前たちに黄金の分け前、75億円分を約束する。
Wait a minute. Actually, looking at that screenshot got me thinking. Did the OG version of the visual novel just use like drawn over shots of real places? Like, cause the way it looks, I was like, that doesn't look like a background. It just looked like someone painted over it. And then I realized it saves time. Like, yeah, and I know and I feel like I know the context of this because, like, the uncle of the twins runs a game store. So in the OG version, it could have been the background for that. And since it was a Doujin Circle game, it makes even more sense that they could get away with it. Then when they hired more artists, they said, alright, let's actually give it backgrounds now. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes low-budget struggle edits give me life. Like, sometimes you gotta work for those backgrounds, man. It just is what it is. You gotta paint over some random dude.
親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり清算することも約束する。だが、一点だけどうしても譲歩してもらいたい部分があるのだよ。
Actually, yeah, I can tell they just kind of filtered it. Because I think it's like a Gundam or Transformer in one shot. I can tell it's like the kid from Duel Masters in one of the boxes. Y'all ever just paint over some schmuck? Some schmuck. Oh, how fitting Discord Mobile finally hits me with download failed. Like Otter, I'll share it when I stop streaming and shit, and I'm actually able to download it. That's just a real store. It's just a real store.
どの点が気に入らねえってんだ？
分け前の1割、7億5千万円を即納する点だよ。お前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではない。数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながらも、今のこの時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。つまり、今すぐに動かせる金は全くないということだ。私は無能で詳細の嗅覚も鈍い。お前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には7億半も半年で動かせる力はないということだよ。
そんなはずはないでしょ。いい加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
遺産分配時に全て一括で清算する。1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでも兄さんの誠意を測る数字なんやで。本当なら取引の余地もない話や。
I don't know why I'm randomly.
そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く収めちゃるっちゅう大サービスなんやで。
I think my brain's doing that thing again where I'm paying attention, but because I'm kind of disinterested, like I'm starting to think of other things. Because I was just thinking about the fucking TAC 2 theme that gets leitmotif to shit done. Solely just the first version of it with the percussion.
そう説明した上でそこを断るっちゅうんは互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
I should stream those. Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Krauss had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes. I struggled not to say Shadow Realm.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。それとも何に怯えているのかね。
They're afraid of you.
どうか私にだけは教えてくれんかね。他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそりと。
別に私は。
よせよ兄貴。俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしで。
ほう。 私には交渉の余地もないと。立場が弱いのは私の方で公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね。
Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall, and the long shadow that had existed since they were children.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。この取引は私にとっては弟や妹たちと長いことを失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟、それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。
Krauss stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it. So he was caught by Krauss's gaze. Oh no, it's like Ken Kabancho Badass Rumble. He stared lightning at him for too long. This encounter is now mandatory.
トントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。実にお羨ましいことです。
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
だが株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪かった。そして上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。気づいた時にはタチの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
秀吉さんと同じですよ。私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Man really said counter. Krauss grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he'd started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stock-holding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on the management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock cast to get more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from underneath him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with without naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of a majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy it back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi can obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Are you telling me you made me read that 5-paragraph essay, like that 5-page essay, just to go, therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now? You could just say niggas broke, and I would have understood. You had me read a whole thesis and then said, so basically he's broke. He couldn't wait for the divisions of Kinzo's inheritance since no one knew when he would die. This is fucking with me now. It knows I want the glass break but keeps pushing the goalposts farther.
海外は怖いとよく言うが本当にそうらしいな。アメリカの裁判は極めて感情的に決まる。彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないのかね。
何の話？
まあ仕事上のトラブルさ。大したことじゃない。金で切りのつく話さ。
Kyrie immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been worrying over it alone.
その通りさ。世の中なんだって金で蹴りがつく。失った兄弟の絆だって買い戻せるようにな。アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい国だ。
That line. America is fussy about the violations of rights. Lines that unfortunately did not age poorly.
だが金さえあれば何でも和解できる。資本主義万歳だよ。もっとも和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるがね。
Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Wait. So Hideyoshi gets like a whole ass essay for his situation. Rudolph gets like 2 paragraphs, and it ends in the same way. Therefore, my nigga is broke as fuck. Exactly. Just therefore, more than anything else, he needed a lot of money right now.
危険なマネーゲームなどには手を出さない。だが、お人よしな将軍が災いした。
Game freaked out for a second and didn't advance the text.
連帯保証人は気安く引き受けるものではないと思う。
それはクラウス兄さんとは関係ない。
Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotion and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Krauss watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. Why? It's the 3rd time. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other 3, however, wanted a lot of money quickly no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Krauss would be in. Krauss was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. More than anything else, this game is playing mind game. Nah, this game's playing patience games. Nah, cause my patience is running out, but at the same time, I want to get to the glass break so bad. I at least need to know next time I stream this we're not starting off on this.
7億半もの大金が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら先にそちらを当たってもらいたいのだよ。
Krauss's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listening, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. Charade. Why did I say charade? They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all their other options. My brain was feeling saucy at that moment and just said charade.
おっと、私にはそんなものはいないと言っていたか。それではどうにもならんね。
Krauss's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Rashad.
冗談じゃないわ。兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。冗談じゃない。冗談じゃない。
クラウス兄さんを頼ったらどう助けてくれるの？
言ったではないか。私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。もちろん利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
I know very well they can hear screaming from upstairs. Well, no, they left. Well, now remember they left for the beach, right? So they wouldn't be hearing any of this. Because the screaming didn't start until after they decided to leave. Then again, the whole thing between Eva and Natsuhi, I feel like they would have heard. Like, I feel like that's the only part they would have heard. I guess Grandpa's gone to... Nah, Grandpa's still in the study losing his fucking mind. Kinzo's still in the study being insane. Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Krauss laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが、残念残念残念至極。非常に極めて実にどうしようもなく残念だ。
Sir, we get it.
今宵は兄弟みんなで酒を酌み交わしながら、親父とベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。仲良し兄弟が4人揃えばきっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
Okay, but sir, was it worth it? No. No, we're saving. We're saving. We're getting the fuck out of here. We're saving. We're getting the fuck out of here. Nah. Nah, I'm saving twice. Nah. No. 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 Oh no, they got me fucked up. You think I'm sitting through more Kinzo right now after all that? No. Thank you for coming out to the stream, guys. It's been a pleasure. That's just no. Heard a glass. Yeah, that's what happens when you exit out of the save screen. So I'm counting that later.